Copper glass. Okay, so I like to call the solar belt. Copper glass. Get this hematite on my inventory. Okay, glass. So glass we can make. I think we have a piece of glass somewhere over here. Yeah, here's some. Okay, so how much soil we got? Okay, we got a bunch. We can... So graphene is created, I think, when you... hydrazine, which I was like, oh crap, we're never gonna get we have an unending supply, or almost unending supply of of astronium, and if we have almost a never-ending supply of astronium, we have enough hydrazine, the ecto chips, so any of those, it's almost basically free. And we have another thing is we need... Thanks for the free garbage! Hey, thank you. You go right there. Okay, so we need one of these. That's great that we have that helium. I could have made an RTG, I kind of should have, because of my... But at the same time, again, if I get stuck on any planet, I can basically survive indefinitely without an oxygen supply from an exterior source. So basically, I'm cool. I'm coolio. Steal an exo chip, if I believe, if I'm not wrong. Yay, we can use an exo chip. Free up some space. Okay, but here's... I think maybe we could actually use solar arrays, because... Hear me out. We can get this, and... So we have copper, and aluminum only has copper, and aluminum can be found in the same planet, or found in every planet, so that means that whenever we choose to harvest copper from, we can definitely do... Oh, it's done, basically. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm brain dead. Alright, let me explain. So I actually was talking this out with my job coach for the funsies, because I like talking and talking and talking. Oh, maybe I should have gotten this. We'll get this, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so I have there's gonna be three things we're gonna do. First, the three branches of the project. First is digging the trench, right? We're gonna need to dig the trench. And there's gonna be four wings of the project. First is the trenches / roads construction. 2 is the railways construction. 3 is the battery storage center, which is a kind of optional. And 3 is the solar panels. Again, I thought this is a little bit gonna be impossible, but think about it. I have made highways on 4 planets before my game eventually crashed. If I can make highways that go around the planets, but each of them had like 3 highways that went around the planets. If I can do that, but 12 times or so, I can do this to a moon 1 time. It's extremely easy. It's not like I've never done something like this before. I've built highways before. Anyway, so now I'm gonna go Silva to get zinc for the batteries, and it also has copper, and also it has zinc for the batteries. It also has copper for this, and then it has aluminum. So this is filled. This is checked out. It's checked out. And we have glass. This is checked out. Now here's the problem. This has always been the problem for me. However, because we're gonna dig a trench, we're gonna get a excess amount of graphite. And we're gonna use said graphite, and we're going to turn it into hydrazine. But wait, we don't have a lot of hydrazine. Thing is that back then, right? Normally, hydrazine would be extremely hard to come by. Not extremely hard to come by, but it'd be a little bit difficult to mass produce. However, here's where things get a little bit lucky for us. We have a core base. And you know what that means? That means that we have a god-awful amount of astronium. Astronium equals hydrazine. Here's the problem with the large solar array. Printing them, just like my mental processing speed, is going to be extremely slow and aggravating. I'm going to probably have to print ahead of time. Storage of the materials is very easy. Although, I'm going to have to print them at large. Oh, hey, look. My methane. So basically, I'm gonna set up these on what's it called? I'm gonna get extractors set up for those resources on Saiva, and then when I do that, I will basically be able to get the resources for those. Because the thing is, for the how much hydrogen do I get? I think it's a pretty good ratio. Okay, so 3 to 4. So every 6 astronium, I get 8 hydrogen. So let's see. So it's a 3 to 4 ratio. It's probably not going to be making as much as we anticipated because, again, the level of astronium on an extractor will go down. So it's probably going to be extracting nothing at the... Yeah, there it is. We have to replace it. It shouldn't be too hard. All we got to do is pick it up and place it back down. So we have 158, right? 158 divided by 3. And then you multiply this by 4. And that's 210 astronium right there. Or 210 hydrazine right there. So that's a lot of hydrazine. Like that ain't like funny business hydrazine. That's a ton of hydrazine. 210 is enough to make a crater hole, probably at least 3 times the width of the crater hole we've dug. So a pretty big hole if you explode it all. And that's just if we started now, that's like that. We probably only need like half of that right there. So we're basically set on that. So I think, in my opinion, we should definitely start working towards getting those. But before I do that, I want to see something. I love the way I built this elevator. I love my engineering. We could technically get the glass there, but at the same time, I mean... This is a solar panel. Let's do a simulated rail, right? How long can these rails go? So I can't... I might do this though. So that's what a simulated chunk would look like. So I'd put a solar array right there. Uh, Actually, for the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna retract that. And I'm gonna actually, I just realized that just having this right here is stupid. So if we're gonna be smart, we'd place it like this, because that's, yeah, there it goes. See how it's leaning like that? It is sucking up the sun ray right now. Let's see what these are. Yeah, 700, yeah, 7 bytes, let's see. Is that a lot? I'm gonna get myself a drink. Okay. Time to go up. I mean, that could be something. I like it, but I just don't like how it's under. I love these things. Oh no, I don't know how I haven't activated one earlier. Hey! Please help me! Oh my god! I could go on a trek without this thing, but my stupid self is bound to die somewhere, sometime sooner or later. Like that dumb. I take a gander down this trench. Oh, excuse me. I want to see if I can find. Oh my god, is that wind on the Atrox? These rocks right here are a little bit more plentiful, but they don't give it much. But there's these rocks like for those things. I don't know why I'm leaning in so close to the screen. I'm leaning over because I'm cold. I don't know. Come on, run. Run, little Astroneer. Okay. That's the trench we just came out from. Fortnite bridge, 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 Fortnite. That is the most trash bridge I think I've ever built. Yeah, I almost fell through it because of my stupidity. Alright, so we need helium. Oh yeah, right, never mind. I'd say we could use helium to open the core, but no, this is not possible. We have to open a gateway chamber first. If we dig down, we're not going to die of oxygen deprivation. We're just going to die. Or it'll just be very hard to get back. Oh, hey, look, there's a place. There's a camp over there, look. No, you guys can't see it right now, but it's over there. Oops, is that a... No, my eyes are tricking me. Oh my god, how did I not see that? Dude, I was about to start bringing the shuttle over. We could have had another incident. We've been here. This battery should be here. It is taken. Yup, tethers. I have been here. I remember that. Surprise. It's chilly in here. My defense, cold air sinks. Let's grubby globe. Can't take it home, I don't think. What are you doing? Is it Drift that's taking me or something? This is the planet for this thing. I do remember this thing. Go. Dropped some impressive, so I must have dropped it to go along my miracle way. You don't approach from your shuttle, because then it shoots towards your shuttle, and then it destroys it. Whereas you approach from a different angle, then it won't, it has a lower chance of destroying your shuttle. Oh, there's the pit I think I was referring to, the one with glitched laterite that was out of the ground. What about the other side of the planet and see if I have luck there. Yeah, there's a lot less shop areas on this side of the planet as opposed to the other. There's even some ruins just over there. Look, there's the gateway chamber. Mmm. Mmm. Oh. Mmm. Two of them. Get out. Ow! That's a on my head. Oh, that hurt. Mhm. It's intact. This base is wrecked. Hi, there we are, we're cool. Big boy, we got it. We scored it, boys. Another one. Packer. Ammonium. Okay, no. Nitrogen. QG! Nano! Yes, okay, okay. We got the good stuff. Me? God, yes! Oh my god, there... Nope, come with me. I don't care. You are coming with me. Actually, I could have made that at home. Who cares? I need a gas container. Nope. Sorry, battery. I'd rather have a nanocarbon alloy. Anybody would rather have a nanocarbon alloy than a battery. Oh, those things. Bites. Remember those ones are the good ones. Like how because this planet is really close to like the star, all the other planets look like they're going at light speed. Especially Glacio. Jesus Christ, I'm so stupid. I didn't even see those. I couldn't even get away. Don't worry, I didn't die that far from here. Just... Oh, no, I can't, man. I can't, I was not looking. That is why you have to look. That's so stupid. God damn it! Oh my god, that is stupid. I hate... Oh my god, I'm stuck back here. Wow. Where do we even begin? The oxygen is all offline. My god, I hate those plants. They're so damn annoying. I hope I can... God darn it. I need one more piece of aluminum and a piece of ammonium and I can get off. Oh my god, that is the second time I have destroyed a shuttle because of those stupid... Wait a second. Can I? No. Isn't there like oxygen filters over here? Alright, so you see we have a problem. And I want to rage quit. I think I can do it. I just need to get... Okay, I need a plan. Okay, I have an idea. Rush down to that mine, get a bit of that resin. Like, rush down now, get the resin. I thought I respawned at that stupid shelter, but apparently it doesn't work. My oxygen filter is good. Now I see if I want... Okay. Okay, laterite. Good. My worry is that stuff that I died from. I hope it doesn't despawn. It probably will, but. Alright, now I see one piece of ammonium. Crevices. Okay, okay. The goal here is to stay calm, stay frosty, and I can get out of this. I just need to rendezvous with my base and get the supplies needed. Should keep that like that. Now, first of all, I'm going to need a medium printer. Medium printer. Make myself a smelter. Okay. Now I need to see a piece of or ammonium. Okay, well that's making. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not that hard. Alright, now I just need to go back and I need 2 resin. Thank God I already have 2 aluminum. Actually, it wouldn't even matter because I. Oh, never mind. We have a bunch of resin. I just need to make the furnace. Get the furnace. Make the furnace. Smelt. Get a solid fuel thruster. Then get out. Solid fuel thruster. Then a what's it called? What are those things called? The attached items will pop off into the ground. These items will retain the mod. They would be on the back. They would be on the backpack after being detached. But if this is after attaching them to a new backpack or module. So they'll be in there in a pile. We just gotta find them, which okay, so yeah, let's go there. I think we like. I think if like this is the landing shell, right? Or this is the gateway chamber. We landed right here, and we just need to go there, or we need to go there, and we're right here, and we died up north or whatever. Power cells. We've got power cells. We can actually... Been a long time ever since I've used one of these things. So they're still there. Hey look, more organic. I don't know if I'm gonna rendezvous the base. I'm gonna go there straight to Archer. I know it's stupid. It's a risk. I want my stuff. I mean, we dropped a gas container, so we should be able to kind of like see where we died very easily. Gas container, a few it should be obvious. And plus, we died near the mushrooms, so we know at least we didn't die in like a pit. Hide that. Why is there an antenna on this thing? Who am I calling? My nerds. Okay, I can pinpoint kind of where I died at. I'm okay with cartography if I'm not wrong. think that's it. Okay, we died right there. There is the mission. We have one launch to get out. Okay. Don't be stupid. If there's plants, avoid them. Screw you. Die. Okay. So I wandered off over there. And I died. Ah! I'm sorry, I had to do that ninja meme. And I died! Ah! Hey, when you die, just gotta keep your cool, and that's how I do it. As long as I have my shuttle on. You know, I'm gonna put this here. You know, I have an idea. I'm gonna make oxygen filters. I'm gonna go out and find it. As long as my shuttle's here, I can die as many times as I want. And I will still be able to respawn here. So I got curious. I went over here. I don't think I went... I found this cliff. I think I went over here. Some clay. I don't remember clay. I remember that. Battery's good. I'm getting warmer. But I think I went back. So I know the area I died at is a little bit hilly, just a little bit hilly. I feel like I might have been over here. Stupid hole, man. I don't get why that type of stuff right there does that much damage. So clearly I did not remember exactly where I went. I'm gonna put my stream back. We raided that second one. Oh, stupid, but I'm gonna carry this with me. Because I need time to think. I went to go find that. So roughly to our right. There's mushrooms over there. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I literally don't look where I'm freaking going. That's why I die. I doubt it's these mushrooms. Okay. I think I should backtrace. Okay, I should actually follow the path I went. Retrace steps. So first, I found two, things, two satellites, and then I died. We found one of them. It was right over here. I think I've actually seen that. The backpack, like, model despawns, but it just, like, it goes, it spits all your stuff out. So we went over to the left. Okay. Okay. I did that. After I went out, I think I slid down this, and I went right down into that little one right there. And then I went out that way. And I dug up. And think, okay. So after I went there, I went up and I bored a hole. And I went up towards here. I popped out of the ground somewhere around here. There's probably a borehole somewhere. Oh, yep, there's the borehole. And then I went over here. And I said, hey, in my brain I said, hey, here's what I think happened. My brain said, hey, look at that generator. Let me line that shot up, right? Yep, okay, so that's it. That's the pit. So my brain says, hey, I've been here. I've been a little bit over here. I've never been over here. We're gonna go over there. So my brain says, let's explore that way. And so I diverge, I take a left. So I start climbing over these hills. And I peek at this orange-tipped mountain. Over here. Yep, and it's got little green and pink plants on it. These plants do not wear pants. Okay. And where do I go? I take another left, and then I dive. I kind of slide down this hill. So theoretically, I should have died over here. Maybe. Wait. Nope, there it is. I found my stuff. I see it. I see it. I have confirmed visual. Alexa, hang up. Okay. Mega win. We did it. That is why I love streaming. And most important, where'd my oxygenator? Screw you, you jerk! Stupid steroid. Insert the F word here. Okay. Where's my oxygenator? You are not gonna do what I think you're going to do. Where did my portable oxygenator go? I'm gonna go look for it down there before I take a break. Nope. Okay, so I think we're gonna take a break from Atrox for a while. Just a while. Not a little bit. Now we have what we wanted. I mean, we lost nanocarbon alloy, but hey, we gained one. We net gained, I should say. Where is another container I can use? Darn it. I wish you could just like, you know. Meep, meep, meep. I need some plastic. Come on. Okay. I think I might want to downgrade these. Alright. Assemble this beast. Remember this. Oops. Looks like I can't get through this. Sure, hold on. I actually may not want to go through this. I'm very scared for how this could play out. Please. Oh my. Hi, battery. You have to bring a centrifuge onto this thing. Looks interesting.
And in today's forecast, we'll be breaking down the threat for another severe weather outbreak from the central and southern plains back through the Mississippi Valley later this week. This will bring the threat for damaged winds, large hail, and tornadoes. I'll give you the latest
spicy.
breakdown of everything that you need to know in this forecast, but let's first begin with what's happening across the United States today that will lead into that severe weather potential later this week. We're going to begin with the Gulf Coast. We actually have a subtropical storm that is currently developing just south of Louisiana. Those in the southeast United States and the threat for some flooding rains. But the overall general weather pattern that we have right now is this omega block. We have a jet stream. We basically have a very strong ridge over a large chunk of the United States, and this is keeping a large chunk of the country very, very dry and as well as warm right now. But this will not last too much longer because we have another trough that'll be impacting the United States going into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So this looks like now these are your upper level winds. So back down here to the south, that's where we actually have an upper level low, pretty weak surface low. This is bringing the threat again for maybe a subtropical low with maybe a few tornadoes and as well as flooding rain. This is primarily going to impact those though across areas near the Gulf Coast and as well as down through the southeast. On the other hand, we have our jet stream back up here to the north with a very dominant ridge, but this will again not last too much longer because over the next several days, the jet stream is going to begin to dip. This dip is going to occur back over in the northwest United States, but you can notice here that will be a low pressure system and it will be negatively tilted. What this means is that it's going to be able to pull more moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico going into both Friday night and Saturday for severe weather. Once we go through Saturday and into Sunday, that low pressure system moves over into the Midwest. And you can notice again, very strong low pressure system here, back just to the west of Chicago and as well as again in the Midwest here. And eventually into Sunday and into Monday, that low pressure system will move out to the east, bringing the risk again for some flooding rain and as well as the threat for severe weather across a large chunk of the United States. And by next week, we should get another ridge. But once we go into late next week, which is far out, I'm just mentioning it, there's a chance for another trough that could also bring severe weather. So really, we're going to have a little break in the action going into early next week, but we'll likely return to more severe weather sometime next week. But we do need to keep the main focus focus on what's happening over the next several days, because we'll have a chance for severe weather both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday across certain sections of the United States. So let's kind of take you through what that looks like, beginning with tomorrow. That surface low, really again a subtropical system, will eventually make landfall. This will bring the threat for maybe a few tornadoes and along
Heat
with
wave.
and
Weather.
Friday, that is when that surface low begins to develop over the central United States. This is what's going to bring the threat for severe weather over the next several days in certain sections of the country. So going into Friday night, the risk of severe weather is primarily going to be from Kansas back through Texas. That risk will shift off to the east from anywhere even in the Midwest back through the lower Mississippi Valley on Saturday. And eventually going into Sunday, there might be a risk of some severe storms back through the Northeast and Ohio Valley. But really after Saturday, there is still some uncertainty of how severe these storms will be and really the general characteristics of what this low pressure system will be by that point. We'll have more details on that as we get closer. Now, in terms of the severe weather threat for Friday, there is currently a slight risk for severe weather from Kansas back through North Texas.
It's not anywhere near me, but it's gonna.
Winds, but there's also a chance for maybe a couple of tornadoes with any discrete supercells that do end up developing on Friday night. And in addition to that, we'll have another chance for severe weather on Saturday that's going to extend from southern Illinois back through areas in northeast Louisiana. We'll have the main threat for damaging winds, large hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes with this event as well. Now, with this severe weather event in particular, there are a ton of problems with the overall setup, especially for Friday night. So I want to kind of take you through where this risk of severe weather will lie, and as well as what the risks will be, and what the issues are for the overall severe weather threat. So we're going to begin with Wednesday to Thursday. Again, we really won't have a whole lot of pulling moisture up to the north until really going into Friday. That is when that low pressure system centered over the United States will have a strong southerly wind pulling a ton of moisture into the southern and central plains. Dew points into the low to mid 60s will be enough for severe weather and as well as enough buoyancy. And even going through Saturday, there is going to be enough moisture for severe weather as far north as the Midwest. So really the overall moisture and as well as again the dew points are not really going to be an issue with this severe weather event. Another thing that will be in place is stability, especially across Kansas and back through Texas going into Friday night. There will be enough instability for severe weather. But if you're not familiar with what instability is, it's essentially like putting gasoline into a vehicle, but in this sense, it is what helps to fuel severe storms. And we'll have plenty of that even going through Saturday. You can see the gray color up there. That's going to represent at least some instability. It's not much, but it will be enough for at least some sort of marginal, maybe slight risk of severe weather back up that direction. And maybe another risk for severe weather going into Sunday night. Now let's talk about the problems with this severe weather event. One of which is the upper level winds. I showed you the jet stream earlier. This is the same thing. The upper level winds, you might notice, there's hardly any across the southern and central plains. What this would mean is that we would really not see a whole lot of lift, and the updrafts would be pretty weak, and they would only be very short-term thunderstorms with upper-level winds like this. So that is a really good positive for us, especially in the southern plains. Now, once we go into Saturday, it will likely increase, at least into Saturday and Sunday. We'll have an increase of your weather threat most likely due to the fact the upper-level winds will intensify, which means updrafts in the thunderstorms will last longer, meaning we'll have some more long-track supercell potential. In terms of the low-level jet, this is what rotates supercells closer to the surface. And going into Friday night, there will be a low-level jet. I say a low-level jet. It's not going to be very strong, but there will be enough of some low-level winds to be able to create maybe an isolated tornado threat or two. And eventually going into Saturday, that threat may increase slightly across areas in Arkansas, Missouri, Western Kentucky, and Tennessee. And then once we go into Sunday, that threat...
This guy only has 49,000 subs. I need more subs.
So something to be very mindful of. But the winds aloft are really the biggest issue with this severe weather event. So what are we looking at in terms of the timing and as well as will we see any supercells? Well, beginning with Friday night, that is when we'll see the threat for maybe a few supercells to develop near that low pressure system. Another issue that we have is the capping. There will be a temperature inversion.
No, not the line capping.
Past a certain height, especially in the southern plains.
If the caps can hold, then then this is not going to be a really bad event. If they break, then that's where stuff hits the fan.
Kansas, that is where more significant severe weather will likely occur going into Friday night. And eventually going into Saturday, that threat will start to shift back over to the east. For those back through the Ohio Valley as well as the Midwest, the severe weather potential is primarily going to exist on Saturday. That is when a linear line of storms will likely end up developing. We might see a couple of discrete cells. This doesn't seem to be as bad as what we've seen recently, but we will probably see at least some scatter damage remains isolated or maybe. And once we go into Sunday, that
keep healthy tastes this good. Science did that.
Fight migraine attacks. You want to take one dose of Relevant.
Has 50% chance of killing you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another Max Velocity weather forecast. And in today's forecast, we'll be breaking down another severe weather outbreak that could impact the United States for this week. This will bring the threat for numerous damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes. I'll give you the latest breakdown and everything that you need to know in this forecast. But let's first begin with what's happening across the United States right now. Beginning with the central United States, which you might notice there's hardly any cloud ridge that is keeping a large chunk of the United States dry and much warmer today. We've had some areas near record-breaking highs across the Midwest and the central and northern plains. That's expected to continue over the next 24 to 48 hours. See a subtropical storm developing. This will likely just flooding, along with that some gusty winds. We might even see a tornado risks down in the southeast going into both Wednesday and Thursday, so something to watch out for there. But elsewhere, again, very dry right now, but this will not last very long because the jet stream is about to make a big pattern change here across the United States. So what does that look like? Well, over the next few days, we'll have a very dominant ridge still across the United States. Again, this will keep a lot of our country dry and as well as much warmer for this time of the year. But once we go closer about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a couple of different features to notice. One will be that subtropical storm that might bring a little bit of flooding rains and as well as gusty winds down along the Gulf Coast. But another area to watch for will be going into late Thursday to Friday back in the northwestern sections of the United States. This is where a negatively tilted trough will end up developing. And what a negatively tilted trough does is essentially pull a ton of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico, increasing the risk for severe weather. So this is something that we have to watch for very closely going into Friday, because this will not position itself immediately over the central United States to pull all that moisture out of the Gulf. But eventually going into later Friday, that is when it's more into position. That is when we'll end up seeing the risk for severe weather across a large chunk of the United States. This entire area could actually end up seeing some severe weather once we go into Friday night into Saturday. So something to really watch for closely. Once we go through the weekend and into Monday and Tuesday of the following week, this low pressure system is still negatively tilted. What this means is that we could see more severe weather as far east as areas like the Northeast and as well as New England. So we have to watch this very closely as it continues to really evolve over the next few days. Now let me show you what that actually looks like on the future radar over the next few days. Beginning with the southeast, again, this is an area that we're watching for a subtropical storm to develop. It's going to bring similar characteristics to a low-end tropical storm with gusty winds and flooding rain being possible. There will also be a risk for tornadoes that I'll talk about later in this forecast. That'll primarily be back down in the southeast. But once we go into Thursday, that is when we'll watch a low-pressure system develop over the central United States. This is when we start developing Thursday into Friday. That is when it will from there around Kansas and Nebraska. And once we go into Friday afternoon and evening, it's going to end up starting to really intensify. We're going to watch for the threat of severe weather, potentially in the southern and central plains on Friday night. Depends on if there will be a cap in place.
Yeah.
Second, and eventually going into late Friday into Saturday, that is when storms continue to explode. Look back up into the Midwest, by the way. That is when a new three-center low-pressure system will end up developing, and this will bring a risk of severe weather, even in the Ohio Valley. We have to watch this area closely as well, but for right now, there's no risk outlined by the storm prediction for now, but I would expect one to be issued at some point down the road. Once we go into late Sunday into Monday, this low-pressure system starts to spin out back up into Canada, and most of this will be out of the United States by late Monday. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has now issued a slight risk for severe weather that does include Kansas back through North Texas. Now, a big thing with this event, we could see all modes of severe weather if storms fire off. But if we have a strong cap in place, a lot of the storms that could develop will not develop. That cap is basically going to prevent supercell.
But if it breaks, again, stuff hits the fan.
Prevent severe weather. But I would at least expect on Friday all modes of severe weather, including damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, if the environment is right, which right now does not seem to be. But some of the ingredients that we have in place is really the humidity. We're going to have a really strong southerly wind pull all that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. go. And what that's going to end up doing along a dry line is really ramping up buoyancy, and that really creates a risk for severe weather. Eventually going to late Friday into Saturday, we have a lot of humidity centered across Oklahoma, southern Kansas, and north Texas, where the dew points will be in the 60s. So this will be plenty for
Third what I made.
Going to Saturday, the humidity will be as far north as Michigan, so we could see another risk for severe weather going into Saturday across a large chunk of the country. Now, again, this is a bit more uncertain past Friday, but this will be an area to monitor for a risk of severe weather over the long term. Once we go into Sunday, that risk of severe weather will potentially exist all the way through the northeast and back through the southeast United States, where there will be a number of sure to be able to right for severe weather also back up that direction. But you might be curious, what is that tornado risk with this event in comparison to the last two severe weather outbreaks that we've had? Well, overall,
I need to wait for this thing to get done with its other products.
of these supercells, it's not going to be too strong. Now, there will be enough of a low-level jet for at least a low-end tornado risk across the central and southern plains, around 30 to 40 knots, which is 60 to 70 knots. So it is a pretty steep downgrade from the last two events. However, it will not degrade the tornado risk substantially. There will still at least be some risk of tornadoes if any supercells are discrete on Friday. Once we go into Saturday, the low-level jet will stay very similar. It will not be the strongest we've ever seen. It's going to be kind of in a moderate stage, but this is still enough for maybe a few tornadoes across
a medium battery
back through the Ohio Valley and even into the lower Mississippi Valley, and eventually past then the tornado risk will be very low back over in the northeast. And the amount of instability is pretty important for severe weather. This is basically like putting gasoline into a vehicle. It's what fuels severe thunderstorms. And once we go into Friday, the instability is really just centered across areas like southeast Kansas and back through north Texas. This is the highest risk right now for severe weather on Friday. Once we go into Saturday, that risk really does start to extend further to the north. This is going into the afternoon and evening hours on Saturday. There will be instability as far to the north as areas like Michigan and as well as eastern Illinois and southeast Wisconsin. So this will be an area to watch for Saturday. And then once we go into Sunday, the instability, there's still enough of it. There won't be as much, but there will be enough of instability for the potential for at least some
I just have 17 bytes low.
risk of severe weather on Sunday. So be mindful of that. Damaging winds probably the main concern once we get to Saturday or Sunday, but we might still see a couple of tornadoes. In terms of the timing here across areas like Kansas, we'll be watching for some storm development going into late Friday. This is around 6 to 7 o'clock, so some storms will likely fire up. Now, in terms of how many storms we'll see is a bit of a question mark, because at this point the European model is indicating a fairly strong cap here across most of the slight risk of severe weather. So if that happens, we will not really see any severe weather. However, if there's no cap, we very well form across Oklahoma and North Texas, which that chance right now is still kind of around 30 to 40%. It's not that high right now, just due to the fact that cap might be in place. Eventually going through Saturday, the risk of severe weather will severe storms will ramp up Saturday afternoon. We'll likely be watching for a linear line of storms. This will mainly bring the concern of damaging winds, and eventually going through late Saturday into Sunday, that risk starts to push off to the east. Now, in terms of the risk in the short term, there is a risk for tornadoes really actually as early as Wednesday night, and as well as into Thursday. There's right now a marginal threat for severe weather across Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. This is for the risk of maybe a couple of tornadoes with that subtropical storm, and this is what it looks like on the future radar. We'll be watching for a low-pressure system developing just south of Louisiana tomorrow. This will eventually bring the risk for maybe a couple of storms with a tornado risk going into late Wednesday and Thursday, and that risk will really subside once we go into Friday. Make sure to like the video if you enjoyed, and subscribe if you've not already.
Real.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be...
I've
Real
been
dangers
chasing
of
storms since I've had a driver's license, but I've never really done it professionally or to try to get video footage like most storm chasers do. This year, I figured I'd give it a shot since I had the opportunity, and it didn't go as I expected.
Did he get in a wreck?
It was the Storm Seeker's maiden voyage.
Okay, that's a cool truck.
Me and
Dude,
my driver,
the
Austin, left the hills of eastern Kentucky, and over the course of 2 days, we arrived somewhere near Altus, Oklahoma. Conveniently, several miles to our south, a monster supercell thunderstorm was forming and headed right in our direction. We're currently barreling down the road to Vernon, Texas, as a monster. Honestly, some of the best radar imagery I've seen in a long time. Here we are. The storm's about 30 miles to our south and west. We're going to try to drop south and intercept it. Big monster tornado on the ground back there somewhere right now. If it stays with us, we're going to see it. They just issued a new tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning, literally lining up exactly where we're going to be. If there's not a tornado on the ground with that,
$500,000 weather house? Dude, he has a $500,000 weather house. That's cool.
From this side, we've got the storm seeker heading south. We are following this monster supercell that has a history of producing a tornado right here. We're gathering data, we're getting our video footage and everything. We're behind. We shared all this earlier. We're preparing for an intercept. Actually, we didn't move right now. And this kept producing a tornado. The tornado wouldn't move over this area right here. So we're not going to stay right here. We're going to go up a little bit. It's getting ready to drop a tornado. And we're going to have it live here. I think we've got a good connection. Absolutely incredible. First storm chase for the storm seeker. Even if we don't see an actual tornado out of this storm, I'm going to call this successful. You can see the whole storm spinning. The inflow is strong. And it's moist.
Moist?
It's warm.
He said moist. Oh my god.
This right here is a rotating missile cyclone. Oh my god, you can see the rotation in it from here. We're going to have to get out of here. Go in front of this guy. Make sure we're on top of this hill. Don't go too far. We've got rapid rotation on the surface here. This thing's going to do it. Whatever this is coming right at us. Right on top of us, guys. I don't know where this thing is, but it's close.
It's not a good idea if they don't know where it is. It's probably rain wrapped.
The storm never produced another tornado as it crossed our path. However, it did spin up several funnel clouds, including one anti-cyclonic funnel cloud.
That's a win to see something like that.
Got a danger noodle.
Danger
It was one
noodle.
of the most beautiful storms I had ever seen. After that, we decided to eat it in Frank Barrel. I guess I was so excited about the because I ended up with a whole pig on my own head. It's been a couple bites. Another storm. They got to now, that is rotating. Yeah, tornado warning was just issued for this storm that we're on. This is what we're looking at. Can I zoom on mine? Yeah. Another monster supercell storm.
The following impacts are expected. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles.
This one had decent rotation, and we positioned ourselves really well once again. But it was flashy. You see me? At this point, it was getting dark, so I decided it was time to get a hotel and get repositioned for more storm chasing the next day. I think we're going to spend the night somewhere around Abilene. how I experienced it. I'm looking down at my phone, trying to book a hotel. We're cruising down this empty highway, and we're getting closer to Wichita Falls. Next thing I know, I'm getting a glimpse of headlights. I look up, and I see this.
Uh-oh. Oh. No! His truck! Dude, effing chat, man. That was a really cool wrap truck, too.
Honestly, a lot of what happened next is a blur. I had never been in a car accident in my life until this point. I was 1,300 miles away from home and in shock. I remember my first initial reaction was anger. Even up to minutes after the crash had occurred, and after I had already called 911, in my mind, a reckless driver just crossed over into our lane, plowed into my truck, almost killing my driver, causing severe damage to my very expensive chasing rig and preventing me from being able to drive home to my family in my own vehicle. But that's not what happened.
Oh,
Catch that?
he blew a stoplight. Oh, dude, I would...
My driver missed a stop sign at a terrible intersection where the oncoming driver had the right of way, and it happened to occur right when one of the only other cars on that road was passing through. In my driver's defense, this was a very unusual intersection. I've been driving for 11 years and I've never seen anything like that before in my life. But still, running that stop sign was...
Oh my god, I have one of those stop signs. They're the stupidest things. It's the one where it's like this, you have to stop right there, and adjoining. I hate those type of stop signs. Is the commute.
It's not the lightning, it's not the hail, and it's not even the tornadoes. It's the time spent driving, whether you're in bad weather or not. Make sure you obey all traffic laws, wear your seatbelt, and don't do anything stupid just to pursue a storm. Especially if you cross state lines to go storm chasing, guys. Remember, if you do that, you're a visitor there. If you don't treat whatever area you're in with respect, storm chasing will just continue to have a bad... will continue to be ragged on, and eventually we may not even be able to do it. And just know that accidents can happen to anyone. Experienced drivers, new drivers, drivers that aren't looking at their phones, and you can all end up in a situation where an accident is inevitable. According to officials on the scene, no one was hurt during the accident. We got word from one of the guys that the other person involved refused to go to the hospital and just wanted a ride home. I am extremely thankful that no one was seriously injured during this accident because it could have been so much worse. Even though I was not driving, the Storm Seeker literally has my name written all over it. I take full responsibility for everything that happens with it, and we were completely upfront and honest with the police officers once we had gotten an idea of what actually happened. My driver admitted that he must have missed that stop sign and he was given a citation on the spot for doing so. We also obviously had insurance, so the other party should be taken care of accordingly. I actually never got to meet the other person involved with the accident due to the chaos of the situation and a blinding torrential downpour that happened right after the accident. It was certainly not my initial intent to make any of this information public, but one of the prices you pay for putting your social media handle all over your vehicle is that decision isn't always yours to make. This is not how I expected my first storm chase video to turn out. It was certainly a learning experience, and it was also extremely humbling. From here on out, I will be the most cautious chaser out there. It may take a while to get the Storm Seeker back up and running, and I'll definitely be doing things different next time, but I can promise you this. If the Lord's willing, there will be a next time.
The tornado emergency without a tornado? That's extremely weird.
Quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort you can see and feel. Keep it quilted, keeps it moving. And puts your comfort above all else. Keep it quilted because the best parts of your life deserve the best. So don't settle for anything. Keep it quilted.
I already have a car.
One of the most complex weather phenomena to ever be observed on our planet.
Most tornadoes do not cause significant damage, but at the higher end of the spectrum, they can leave towns and cities unrecognizable. Due to the extreme damage potential that tornadoes have, the task of warning the general public of tornadoes is up to the National Weather Service. And with the help of local government officials and storm chasers, the National Weather Service, or the NWS, is able to warn the public of what is coming. The warning system has 5 distinctive types that the National Weather Service uses to tell the public of what level of severity the threat is. At the lowest level, you have a radar-indicated tornado, which is a tornado that is indicated with the use of all the way to a tornado emergency, a warning issued for when there is a strong amount of confidence that a violent tornado is on the ground heading for a populated area. Tornado emergencies are typically rare occurrences when they are issued, and many NWS offices in the country have never issued a tornado emergency since the official introduction of the warning type in 1999. Tornado emergencies are only issued with the utmost confidence. I mean, could you imagine what would happen if somehow there was a tornado emergency issued and there ended up being no tornado at all? April 15th, 2022. A tornado emergency was issued for portions of Arkansas that ended up having no tornado associated with the storm.
Oh, I was confused there. That's actually just about a year ago.
Emergency because they felt like it?
362 days ago.
The situation itself that led to this tornado emergency being issued, while individually not that complex, led to a situation where the NWS felt like it was appropriate to issue a tornado emergency. While looking back, the decision could have been handled better. The NWS did what they felt like was necessary, and it was understandable as to why they did what they did. Even though the decision for a tornado emergency isn't exactly agreed upon. Today, I will look into the time that there was a tornado emergency for no tornado, and talk about how this even happened in the first place, and the resulting controversy after the fact. Welcome to Ancient Sphere. Tornado season was, at this point, relatively unremarkable according to most, at least in comparison to what people were overhyping the severity of the events that occurred this year, with Mother Nature coming in and reminding everyone why people need to keep their heads straight whenever it comes to this field of science. Not to say that the events weren't quite opposite. At this point, tornado that went through Winchester, Iowa. From March 21st through the 23rd, a tornado outbreak that affected southern portions of the United States spawned 87 tornadoes. From March 29th through the 31st, a tornado outbreak spawned 90 tornadoes across the southern United States. And more recently at this point, an outbreak from April 4th through the 7th, which caused 86 tornadoes, including an EF4 tornado that occurred in southern Georgia. A lot of notable events. Just for many people in the general public, nothing worthy of note happened because there were only 2 violent tornadoes. A problem that most of the general public has when it comes to looking at these seasons in retrospect. By mid-April, things were about to enter a quiet period of about a week or so in regards to severe weather. April 15th was one of those quieter days, or at least it was supposed to be a quieter day. There isn't really much to go over in regard to the synopsis, but let's go over what we have. Therefore, it's only a small portion of people who watch these documentaries that subscribe to the channel. So if you enjoy this documentary, a fast-moving trough over western Kansas was expected to move into northwest Oklahoma and southwest Missouri by the evening hours of the 15th. Ahead of the trough were strong southerly winds in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and strong moisture in the area, which helped to create instability for storms. At At around this time, a broad line of severe thunderstorms began forming in southern Missouri, eventually extending into northern Arkansas. Southern South became more dominant in the situation. At 6:50 p.m., a tornado warning was issued. Now we're getting how this whole debacle went from a tornado warning all the way to a tornado warning. I'll go over the issues. Starting with the current issue, the storm was in the winter.
Oh boy. Yeah, I actually talked about this a few days ago, is that there are dead zones where the radars cannot read. This is a problem.
Therefore, the further out the radar coverage is, the more unreliable it becomes. As everything begins to look messy and unconventional the further up in the atmosphere you get, and that information starts to become unreliable. So, hypothetically speaking, if a large area were located far enough from major radar sites, it would create a situation where detecting and accurately tracking the severity of a storm through the use of radar would be very difficult. Can you tell that I'm about as subtle as a pile of bricks? Those areas are called radar dead zones, and there are a lot of them. Mainly centered in areas where there is a low population, or was a low population when the NWS modernization happened in the 90s. Let's take, for example, the radar dead zone in southern Missouri and northern Arkansas, which is where this event took place. In the state of Arkansas, there are 3 major radar sites, and those sites do a good job at covering the central portions of the state. However, issues start to become apparent as you go further north and go into the northeastern part of the state of Arkansas. In that general location, there is a broad area that is far away from any major radar sites. Due to how far away the area is from the radar sites, it becomes difficult to really discern the specifics of how far the results are or how high in the atmosphere the beams are getting data from. In the case of the area relevant to this particular emergency, the coverage that the radar was getting its data from ranged from 6,000 to 10,000 feet above the ground. Basic knowledge of household work tells us that the radar data received from 10,000 feet would not be the same if the radar data was received closer to ground level. As a result, frequencies are faster than they are on ground level. The overall frequency is dependent on how the radar is quite accurate when knowing the specifics because the data was received from higher up in the atmosphere. Due to the problems that I just stated, in 2017, Congress asked the National Weather Service to provide a report about the issue regarding radar dead zones. The National Weather Service stated in the report to Congress that there is not a significant change in one performance that affects the radar coverage, the radar beam height is higher than 6,000. Well, after this event and numerous other events that have occurred lately in radar dead zones, I can say that the NWS and NOAA really need to reconsider their position on this. So, for this event, meteorologists had to rely on the NBC radar station, the Little Rock, Arkansas radar station, and the Springfield, Missouri radar station. Due to how far out the storm was, finding out accurate information from radar was difficult. When the tornado warning was issued, meteorologists could tell that there was a velocity component. Basically, when the red and green meets, it means that there are rotating winds, and that there was very large hail. But any further analysis than that became problematic. On the topic of hail, the hail itself ended up being an issue as well. Okay, so we need to go back to radar analysis real quick. let's talk about correlation coefficient. In meteorology, correlation coefficient, or CC for short, is a measurement of the consistency of shapes and substances in the atmosphere measured by a radar beam. Basically, CC makes sure that the objects in the atmosphere are consistent. Typically, most of the stuff in the atmosphere is water molecules due to rain or snow, indicated by warm colors such as a dark pink and red. However, when there are areas of cooler colors such as yellow, green, and blue, they'll decide that there are objects in the atmosphere that are not able to especially areas of blue, is evidence of a CC drop, or a correlation coefficient drop. Usually, a CC drop is an indicator that there is a tornado on the ground. There was a CC drop of sorts with a cell that occurred on the 15th, but there was large hail present which made figuring out what the CC drop was typically, hail isn't large enough to create pollution with CC due to the fact that hail is often less than a so the radar beam doesn't reflect about the hail much. However, when large enough, a large hail can start to trigger CC. Hail or the majority of the hail falling locally, atmospheric circulation, whether or not the CC drop is from hail or if it's from especially when it's close to each other. When there are moments CC values across a large area, there is typical evidence of a scatter spike. What is a pattern? When large hail starts interfering with the CC. Scatter spikes often use radar the hail size is located
That's big.
lined up nearly perfectly with the velocity element. Was it hail or was it a tornado? It was hard to say, but storm chasers could be about it before they decided there was another problem. When you see a very well-known tornado, it's typically a very noticeable trend when it comes to when the photo of the tornado is actually taken. It's dangerous. By their very nature, tornadoes are very dark in appearance, often being gray, and it blends in with the clouds. Typically, you can see where they are because the light from the sun allows for us to see the tornado with our own eyes. But when it's nighttime, that means the only chance one can get of visually seeing the tornado at nighttime is when the tornado itself is illuminated by lightning or power plants or what is ground. However, the initial tornado warning from the thunderstorm occurs when it becomes dark, and it makes it worse when it gets that much was warned in order to confirm a tornado at night, the National Weather Service typically relies on radar imagery through the use of CC drops. But that's pretty inaccurate due to the combination of hail and how we use radar sites. So at this point, the National Weather Service has to rely on image reports left behind from the south in order to have enough probable cause in order to issue the National Weather Service local government officials, and National Weather Service certified storm spotters. Let's focus on the storm spotters as they are the part that we talk about. How does one become an AWS certified storm spotter? In this class, if you take a test, if you pass the test, you get a label.
Are you sure it's not like an SLC? Scary looking cloud?
The possibility of there being a wedge tornado on the ground is a major concern. The cell already had a particularly dangerous tornado warning attached to it, and there are already reports of roof damage, down power lines, and down trees. So, with the storm being in a radar dead zone, the large hail making things difficult to discern whether or not the CC comes from a tornado or hail, the low visibility in fact possible to see a tornado at all, although it was an issue tornado emergency, the report confirming there was a large wedge tornado on the ground. So, when that report came in, the National Weather Service was left in a situation where they felt like they had no choice but to issue a tornado emergency. So, with all of the issues laid out, let's go over what actually happened that night. At 7:18 p.m., the tornado warning was upgraded to a GPS tornado.
Which is bad situation, yeah.
The reason for this being that Cherokee Police Emergency seemed to confirm a tornado at that time with significant damage. At 7:35 p.m., the National Weather Service issued a tornado emergency 4 minutes prior from a storm spotter reporting a wedge tornado on the ground near Harvey, alongside with reports of a roof being ripped off a home and possibly gas station. At 7:45 p.m., the tornado emergency was extended into Golden, Black Rock, and Walnut Ridge, with the threat of a deadly tornado expected for the area's half. Between 8 and 8:15, the emergency was extended for Sedgwick, Payne, and Bono, eventually being extended to June.
Happened.
Service repeating that a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado was on the ground.
Huh?
However, as the storm got closer and closer to Jonesboro, and the storm finally got near more reliable radar coverage, it became more and more obvious that the storm was very disorganized and that the cell was, at the very least, on a weakening trend. With that in mind, after 8:30 p.m., the subsequent tornado warnings were labeled as radar indicated before being dropped altogether after passing into Tennessee. Many people were worried about what just happened, with many people thinking that a wedge tornado just tore through northern Arkansas on a slight risk day, no less. So many people were upset with the National Weather Service reporting during the next day to find out that there was no tornado.
Oops.
So, what actually happened? The storm itself did have
Rotation, and usually those get automatically warned.
What seemed to be a wall cloud and a potential funnel trying to touch down as the storm was in northern Arkansas, but the mesocyclone itself associated with the storm was never able to touch down and become a tornado. At first, meteorologists believed that the storm spotter report was submitted in good faith, possibly mistaking a scud, a ragged cloud formation, for a tornado. However, the National Weather Service investigated the cause and found something different. It shows false reports that were traced to a lady in Cleveland, Ohio. In this
Wow.
one coordination meteorologist of the National Weather Service said it is we are aware of one data, one magnitude that is moving the latitude and longitude and sending false storm reports. The National Weather Service didn't find out until days later that the person was from Cleveland, Ohio.
Of course they're from Ohio.
So what happened to that lady from Cleveland, Ohio?
Screw people like this.
Not one, not two, not three, but 5 false reports.
Oh my god.
Service, especially
What a clown.
that providing false information to organizations who issue warnings is illegal and goes against a federal statute. The truth is, there's nothing regarding any prosecution that was done towards that individual.
Screw them.
Reports that she was going through issues regarding the Storm Spotter network, but that doesn't excuse sending false reports to the National Weather Service that can cause mass panic.
The mass panic is extremely bad.
From the Spotter network, and that's it. But we don't even know that because we don't even know if she was notified about somebody else's house. What I can say is that she is going to be on spot 3 after causing a massive panic in a populated area.
When you look at her, you remember
What a fool. They deserve to be arrested or
Fined and prosecuted.
you know what? Here, you know what? It might be kind of overkill, but here's what I think. You know, if I call the police and I say blah 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 blah, like whatever. Think about something I would say, right? Like stupid, and then I faked a police report. Guess what? They'll come to my house and arrest me, rightfully so. So if I can get arrested for making a false police report, like or swatting, you know, swatting can cause mass panic. It can cause death, which I mean, reporting a storm maybe can't. I mean, you probably get like a storm chaser that probably like goes too fast and runs into somebody or gets a wreck. But when tornado warned areas happen, people drive 40 and a 30 just to get home because I heard a tornado was going my way once. I wasn't really panicked, but I was kind of getting spooked. Anyway, with what I'm saying, like, if I can get arrested for swatting, and I can get arrested for saying a false police report, I think I should be arrested for, like, arrested if I sent a false tornado report. That's unacceptable. People rely on this information. I rely on this. My family, my town, my country does rely on this for safety. And its abuse is extremely inappropriate. Its abuse is extremely unacceptable, and it should be punished. I get it. Like, I get it. Like, what's our 100%? There's people that send in false reports on accident. For example, if I see like I've seen clouds that look like tornadoes, but I don't because I know that they're not. There's SLCs. I get it. There's some people doing an accident, and that's okay. But that's 5 like 2, maybe it wouldn't be an accident, or 3, it wouldn't be. But 5 reports. That's not an accident.
Fraudulent, but rather due to the large hail and winds. The first reports from Cherokee Village Emergency Management were confirmed, but the long straight line winds and large hail. The report from Highway 67 was found to be due to softball-sized hail accumulating rapidly on the highway, causing a large car accident. The meteorologists who work at the National Weather Service responded by saying that they would look into what happened and take actions to try and prevent situations like what happened on April 15th from happening again. Dennis Kavanaugh stated, "We're not issuing tornado emergencies for instances where there are no tornadoes. That's not what we want to do." Those who were meteorologists were knowing how stressful the situation was and how much consideration goes into making decisions in order to issue a tornado emergency, and that tornado emergencies are not issued because of the general consensus from the majority of the weather community at that time was that a tornado emergency shouldn't have been issued, and that it should have just remained a normal tornado warning throughout all of its lifetime. But they didn't attack the National Weather Service for their decision. The Jonesboro tornado emergency was one that was a result of numerous complex factors that came together to create a scenario where the National Weather Service was sort of forced to issue a tornado emergency. A result of poor radar coverage, large hail interfering with the correlation coefficient, the low visibility on the ground, and the spoofed storm reports. Meteorologists can't just ignore reports because they are possibly fraudulent. The situation was way more complex than people give credit. And people who seem to be angry about this take their message further than the actual meteorologists doing their job, and that people who understand that the National Weather Service might have went a bit too far issuing a tornado emergency, but understood why they did what they did. I think that the National Weather Service was in the right completely. No. I believe they shouldn't have issued a tornado emergency looking back. Yet again, I don't have a degree in meteorology, yet. I'm not the one with years of experience in warning storms. I'm not the one who's on the ground chasing storms because gas is expensive and I don't feel confident driving, at least that far out of state. And I'm not the one who is in the minority, yelling and throwing a fit because a tornado tornado emergency was issued and there wasn't a tornado in reality. Because not all tornado emergencies are perfect. This isn't the first time that this has happened, just the most recent. That doesn't mean the National Weather Service wasn't able to call criticism. Far from it. There needs to be further precautions in place to prevent situations like this from happening again. The investigation into how this all happened is still ongoing at the time of recording this, and I expect it to still be in progress after the video. What the weather community should be doing is coming up with solutions so situations like what happened in Jonesboro on April 15th doesn't happen again, or at least it doesn't happen as often. And the weather community seriously needs to address the issue of radar holes in the country so that we can get a better idea.
No kidding. Why are we spending all this stupid money towards other things? We need to actually. One thing we need to spend our money towards is destroying those radar holes every day that those, or every event that those radar holes are active. Millions of Americans are at risk. We need to fill those radar holes. With literally 10 radar sites, that's probably less than about what? That's $1 billion, probably. Not like 10 or 20 or 50 bill. That's like $1 billion. You could probably erect about 20 sites there. I don't know the real price on that, but yeah. The 1993 Storm of the Century.
When unseen threats lurk in your system, bad things happen.
Let's make things interesting.
Early March 1993. Many across the United States are preparing for the spring season, as March marks the transition from meteorological winter into spring. People were wishing for the flowers to bloom and the springtime sports to come faster. However, despite these wishes that many people had across the eastern part of the country, Mother Nature had other plans. In mid-March of 1993, a powerful nor'easter brought its wrath to the eastern United States. In the form of a strong serial derecho in central and southern Florida,
derecho.
and the most remembered part of the system, one of the worst blizzards to hit the eastern United States. Its effects were widespread, from high storm surge in Florida, to the snow, the extreme cold behind the system, to the strong winds. Nearly every state in its path was caught off guard, closing numerous interstates from Atlanta through the Northeast. Each area in its path has its own story to tell regarding what happened before, during, and after one of the most powerful storm complexes to ever rock the country in recent memory. So today, I'm going to take a deep dive into the 1993 Storm of the Century, going over the synopsis of the storm complex, the preparations taken, what happened during the storm itself, the various areas that were significantly affected, the aftermath, the lessons learned, and the significance of the event. Welcome to Nature's Fury.
Rectangles are pretty boring, unless it's the kind of rectangle that can give you the best night's sleep of your life. That's right.
The tale of the 1993 Storm of the Century is a long kind of disorder. The storm system itself did not have signs of this. Trust me, this is relevant. Volcanic eruptions aren't typically on the show because I know jack about them, but massive volcanic eruptions
Can cause heat in the atmosphere. Heat can cause instability and probably cause tornadoes.
The eruption of Mount Pinatubo specifically was the second largest volcanic eruption of the 20th century, releasing an unbelievable amount of ash into the air. More specifically, the eruption led to 17 megatons of sulfur dioxide being
Ooh,
absorbed into the atmosphere.
17 megatons.
Because for the next 2
Big
years
boom.
after
That's bigger than the bomb that was dropped on
sulfur dioxide
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
A small global cooling event occurred in 1993. By 0.9 or 0.5 degrees Celsius. That might not sound like aggressive.
Oh, but it's a lot. That's a lot.
Led to weather patterns climate across the world to be a colder on average than usual. While not a direct cause of the storm of the century, the effects on the atmosphere likely led to the storm of the century being.
Yeah, it does sound like that, but trust me, like even coral, the atmosphere is just like, I mean, like 1 degree Fahrenheit can destroy environments, bring them down to their knees. It's because They're not used to that sudden change. That's like it's like sleeping in your bed, right? You're all normal, and then all of a sudden it goes from like 80 degrees to like 110. It's like, bruh, this is hot. This is awful. Hey, look, iron.
Severe than it could have been. If anything, this part is for context. But before I get into the actual synopsis, real quick, the majority of people who watch these videos are not subscribed to the channel. So if you enjoy what I create, consider subscribing. It helps the channel and tells me I'm doing something right. Anyways, back to the storm of the century. In early March 1993, a warmer air pattern began to take shape across the eastern United States. However, that warm period was cut short by March 11th. From March 11th through the 12th, an Arctic high-pressure system began to settle across the central and midwestern United States. The Arctic high would bring down bitter cold air from portions of Canada further south into the United States. Corresponding with this Arctic high, an extratropical low-pressure system.
Oh, there, yep. All I gotta know is hot pressure or high pressure with cold air and a low pressure with warm. Yep, that's all I have to know to just tell you that it's gonna get real. That low pressure is probably, it looks like it could make a trough. It's gonna start sucking in all the moist air, pulling it in until it acts as fuel. Then the storms will form and hell will rain loose. We've seen this happen multiple times.
And by the afternoon
But this one looks...
the frontal system and low pressure was located along the Texas Gulf Coast. By March 13th, the minimum cyclone was 991 millibars. A powerful low-level jet was present across the Gulf of Mexico and eastern Cuba, enhancing a cold front that extended from the low pressure towards southern Mexico. The subtropical jet was way further south than usual, positioned over portions of Honduras and Jamaica. On March 13th, a shortwave trough in the northern branch of the split polar jet fused with the system of the southern stream, causing the extratropical cyclone to rapidly gain pressure.
Oh.
The storm line began to develop along the cold front, rapidly moving eastward as the cyclone's center made landfall in northwest Florida. From the 13th through the 14th, the northeaster would move to the northeast from northwest Florida, all the way through the eastern United States before dissipating on the 15th. Areas north of Florida, due to the cold air brought by the Arctic high-pressure system, would see severe winter storm and blizzard attacks, while areas south would experience a severe weather event. One of the most notable aspects of the storm system was the high winds associated with the low-pressure system. The pressure gradient was extremely tight within the racer, meaning the isobars that were located around the low pressure were really close together. The tight isobars led to strong winds being associated with the storm system as a whole. But forecast. The storm of the century, one of the first winter weather events that was accurately forecasted multiple days in advance. Models anticipated that blizzard conditions would persist from portions of Alabama into Georgia, all Maine, and eastern Canada. Due to the high confidence of what was expected to happen, the National Weather Service began to issue winter weather warnings and watches up and down the coast. Now, the income of the event allowed for New York and New England states to issue states of emergency before a single snowflake even touched the ground. People ran out to begin to stock up on supplies across the eastern
Rightfully so.
such as Knight, one of my subscribers, who remembers her parents stocking up on supplies in anticipation for what was to come.
A little bit. So there were some forecasts where they were saying, this is something that you're gonna mess around with, like make sure you have all of the essentials for like a couple of days, everything you need. At least in Connecticut, they were like, make sure that
I can make nanocarbon right now, but I need...
like, it was primarily more about preparation than anything else in regards to the
snow, which did end up coming and causing some really crazy snow drifts in some areas.
Is there any more chips?
We made sure that we had enough gasoline for cars, everything was ready to go in case, you know, if we needed to go somewhere. I don't really know where my dad thought he was going to go, but we made sure that we had gasoline for the snow blowers. He got a couple, like, extra shovels, basically, for, like, me and my sisters to help him out because we knew that there was going to be, you know, a potential for a lot of snow. Yeah, that was pretty much what we did. For starters, my mom went food shopping like the day before it was mobbed. I remember that was pretty crazy.
However, despite all the desperate warnings from meteorologists, not everyone was on board, specifically those in the South. After the storm,
People in the South, listen to this. You are not immune to snow.
impacts were expected to be. Many people
You are not living in Africa, my guy. You are not immune to snow.
trail, enjoying the warmer temperatures, completely unaware of what was about to happen to them over the coming week. The storm complex, before any snow fell across Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, was known for the strong winds that it was producing. The United States Coast Guard stated that the conditions in the Gulf of Mexico were unbelievable. Numerous boats across the Gulf sank, with the Coast Guard having to rescue 235 people. The strong winds led to high amounts of storm surge across the Florida Gulf coastline. Storm surge ranging from 6 feet to as high as 12 feet was observed from Apollo Beach through the Appalachian Bay area, creating storm surge levels that were comparable to major
Oh my god, there's a lot.
the state in the past. Coastal on the morning of March 13th by the cold waters of the Gulf of Mexico, breaching into their homes. More people died from drowning from the storm of the century in Florida than during Hugo and Andrew. Of course, the impacts of the system itself were just developing, beginning in the states of Alabama and Florida. On March 12th, rain and light snow encompassed most of the state of Alabama during the afternoon hours. The National Weather Service and local meteorologists warned well in advance that the storm system was going to be potentially historic. The light rain during the afternoon of March 12th gave a false sense of security that maybe the models were wrong, but that sentiment was far from the truth. From the overnight hours of March 12th through the early morning hours of the 13th, heavy snow pounded the state of Alabama, with the entire state receiving significant snowfall totals. Portions of the coastline saw snow ranging from 2 to 4 inches, with the vast majority of the state of Alabama seeing snowfall totals ranging from 4 inches across southern Alabama, 8 inches of snow across central and northern Alabama, with multiple areas seeing at least a foot of snow. The most snow fell at Valley Head, Alabama, with 17 inches of snow falling in the area. Birmingham, Alabama saw a total of 13 inches of snow, a record that is still held for the city to this day. In combination with the heavy snowfall, strong wind gusts of at least tropical storm force made visibility extremely low across Alabama, a trend that would persist across the majority of areas that would see snowfall from this storm system. To the south, the extratropical cyclone made landfall on the Florida Panhandle on March 13th. Most of Florida was underneath the warm front that was attached to the low-pressure system. The strong wind the swell line ahead of the state of Florida and Cuba on the 13th. The swell line produced a potent serial derecho across the state.
That's a
As
bad
straight-line
looking
winds
derecho.
gusted 100 miles per hour across many locations in the state. During the early morning hours of the 13th, embedded supercells within the swell line produced multiple tornadoes, with a total of 11 touching down across the state, including 3 which were rated F2. The tornadoes killed 5 in Florida during the early morning hours of the 13th. The squall line in Cuba is considered to be the most damaging squall line in the nation's history, with wind 100 miles per hour. In fact, a research team from the Institute of Meteorology of Cuba has since suggested that maximum winds could have been as high as 130 miles per hour in the nation.
Woo!
Locals woke up after the storms had passed that Saturday to power being knocked out and extensive wind damage across the Florida peninsula. Snow flurries were reported in portions of northern Florida, specifically in Jacksonville. Had never experienced blizzard-like conditions. The 1993 superstorm would be the first time in the state's history where blizzard conditions were observed. Before the system came across the state, many meteorologists in the state were somewhat skeptical at the chances of blizzard-like conditions, specifically when it came to broadcast meteorologists. Except for WSB-TV's Glenn Burns, who stated on live television that he was expecting blizzard conditions across Georgia. According to Glenn Burns, a lot of locals were doubting his forecasts, but come the early morning hours of the 13th, Burns ended up being right. From the 12th into the 13th, the 1993 storm of the century experienced rapid heat, with its pressure dropping down into the 970s and 960s from the 13th and into the 14th, with the rapid pressure drop driving up wind speeds and impressive moisture return being observed ahead of the superstorm. A perfect storm for with multiple areas ranging from Rome to Clayton, Georgia, averaging 18 to 24 inches of snow. In areas from Fannin to Union counties, observing snowfall totals of nearly 30 inches of snow. Snowdrifts up to 10 feet high were observed in the state. Wind gusts near 65 miles per hour led to blizzard conditions being observed in North Georgia, primarily across the I-75 corridor, leading to multiple areas being brought to a standstill across the state. Numerous snowfall records from the 1993 storm of the century that were put in place in the state of Georgia still stand to this day. But of course, the most snowfall from the system was about to fall across the Appalachian Mountain Range. The Appalachian Mountain Range was where the most snowfall fell from the 1993 storm of the century, specifically in the states of Tennessee, North Carolina, Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia. From Tennessee into West Virginia, numerous areas saw snow totals of over 30 inches.
Woo!
The most snow falling in Mount LeConte, Tennessee, with 56 inches of snow being recorded.
My God.
Snowdrifts across the Appalachian Mountain Range were as high as 35 feet, which led to visibility being non-existent, and brutal blizzard conditions being observed across the Appalachian Mountain Range. Across the mountainous states, decks collapsed due to the weight of the snow, and roofs caved in, such as at the Lancelot Sports Complex in Vinton, Virginia, a Lowe's in Christiansburg, and at the Denman Center at Radford University. The northeastern United States, specifically Pennsylvania and New York, saw significant impacts from the storm, as the heavy snowfall persisted into the northeastern United States. Across much of Pennsylvania, snow totals of at least 1 foot were recorded across much of the state, with swaths of the mid-states seeing snow totals ranging from 2 to 3 feet. Whiteout conditions plagued the state as the snowfall, in combination with the strong winds, led to whiteout conditions across much of the Northeast. In Pennsylvania, 42 inches of snow was recorded at Tobiana. During the storm, people were struggling to even get off the side roads near Scranton, Pennsylvania. Buses were pulled off the roads and empty. State parks were empty, and many major cities were now ghost towns. The same story also applied to New York and New Jersey. New Jersey did not see excessive snowfall totals compared to the rest of the states that were affected by the 1993 storm of the century, but the majority of the states saw snowfall totals ranging from 1 to 2 feet. However, the state that saw some of the most notable impacts was the state of New York. Up and down the northeastern coast of the United States, the gusty winds associated with the storm complex led to coastal flooding in portions of the Northeast, specifically in New York, Connecticut, and in New Jersey. In Long Island, New York, 20-foot waves pounded the shore.
Oh my god.
Most of the state of New York saw significant snowfall totals, with the entire state receiving at least 10 to 20 inches of snow, with vast swaths of southern and northern New York receiving 20 to 30 inches of snow, and multiple areas receiving over 30 inches of snow. The excessive snowfall led to multiple areas being shut down, and the normally bustling New York City was quiet, with very few daring to go out in the dangerous cold. The rest of New England and Canada saw the same effects seen all across the rest of the Northeast. The majority of New England saw at least 10 to 20 inches of snow, in combination with the strong winds, which led to many areas being left without power and in the cold. At this time, the system's rapid deepening had stopped, but its pressure had reached its lowest point, with the minimum central pressure of the system being 960 millibars in New England. As the system raced to the northeast, the storm system produced additional heavy snow in eastern Canada before racing off into the northern Atlantic and dissipating on the 15th of March. I asked Knight about her experiences with the storm system as she lived in Connecticut.
So while I was indoors, it was very, even inside it was really cold. The wind seemed like it just kind of went through any available cracks in the house, at all. There were certain times at which it almost sounded like it was like howling, and you could see the snow kind of, like the lighter snow coming off and making the big drifts, and I remember there was some freezing rain too, and looking outside and seeing like massive trees that had maybe like at least a centimeter or so thick coating of ice on them, like somebody had taken them and dipped them into like water and it instantly froze. That was pretty crazy to see. Outside,
That is actually pretty crazy.
really, really cold. The snow was insanely high. Like, yeah, it was heavy too. It wasn't just the light poofy snow. Trying to move it was really, it took a lot to move that snow.
Did your family ever lose power?
Dude.
Probably would have, but my parents had a small backup generator that basically kept the power going for a little while. So we lost it. They started the backup generator, and then I want to say, I think it was the next evening, we got the power back, and because they were still running the generator and we had no idea when the power was going to come back, it came back and it actually set off our alarm system. So the whole entire house just, it was very loud. But it wasn't too long, we were out of power, and I think probably one of our neighbors did lose power because a lot of them, as soon as they could get out of their driveways, and as soon as the roads were safe-ish enough, it seemed like they headed out. So I don't know if they went to, family or friends' houses where they maybe hadn't lost power or where they also had a generator as well. So, yeah.
How long did the snow last on the ground?
Oh, jeez. I'm trying to remember. It was there for so long. I swear it feels like you were still finding little bits of it all the way into June. Like, just because the snow plows had piled so high that, there just was so much of it. It was insulated, and I think it was probably more close to like mid-April. I think a lot of the rain that happened in April finally melted a lot of it, but it felt like it was there for a really long time. Yeah, at least a month, easily.
However, as the storm system raced off into the far north, many people were now left in the extreme cold, and the aftermath of one of the worst snowstorms in United States history. Across the United States, the majority of the country was now encompassed by snow. Central and southern Florida was in a wildly different situation, and I'd like to cover that first. The state of Florida. Some locations were now picking up the but at the cost of the frigid air and strong winds. Of the storm's high storm surge led to many people waking up to water. $1 billion in damages. The rest of the country, however, locals in Alabama remember essential reports littering the streets, as many people across the state had lost access to power for days. In total, 440,000 people at one point or another in the state of Alabama. People were using gas grills in order to make coffee, and melted snow in order to make baths and flush toilets. Motorists were stranded on the highways for multiple days. In Alabama, 16 died from the storm of the century. Georgia saw wind chills near negative 30 degrees that Saturday, and strong winds led to trees falling and power lines being knocked down. The interstates were described as being deserted, as blowing snow was observed across large swaths of the state. People were shoveling vehicles out from the snow, and huddling for warmth as the bitter wind chills dove into the country. Anyone on the roads were stranded and had to be helped. In Georgia, 15 perished from the storm, especially considering that was where most of the snowfall fell. Numerous hikers who were on the Appalachian Mountain Trail were fighting for their lives against the dangerous cold. Hundreds of stranded hikers had to be rescued via helicopter as the snow kept piling up. A group of 117 students from a private school traveled to the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina and Tennessee as a survival training mission. Expectations were for adventure and character building lessons. And adventure was one of the things those students got, but not in the way they expected it. Dozens of hikers were in waist-deep snow, with some of those in charge of the hiking unaware that the winter storm was heading their way. There were many more groups of people on the trail that weekend. Many of them nearly saw their lives flicker away from frostbite or hypothermia.
Miele kitchen appliances are created.
Dude, I would hate to die. Oh man, it's slow and painful.
Experience seamless.
Some of those did perish due to the extreme cold. In Boone, North Carolina, an area accustomed to high snowfall was caught off guard, with Appalachian State University being closed for the week following the snowstorm. The first time at Meade Gap, North Carolina, stranded motorists struggled to Parkway Elementary School in order to survive. And National Guard troops dropped vehicles and livestock starving. Many roofs of factories collapsed, and clothing and group tanks collapsed under the weight of the snow. Of course, further north in Pennsylvania and above, many areas were virtually shut down due to the snowfall. In State College, Pennsylvania, many students were on their way back to the area to attend college stand still as they got stuck in multiple feet of snow that had accumulated across the state of Pennsylvania. Residents spending hours to try and get their driveways cleared, or try to figure out where they are to begin with. Large snow drifts made it nearly impossible to move around, especially for those whose vehicles were completely covered with snow. Numerous people across the Northeast and elsewhere were stuck inside due to a large amount of snow blocking the roads. Strong winds across the state led to signs being knocked down. People who arrived at airports across Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and elsewhere were stranded for days as the snow prevented any travel on the roads. Travelers on the East Coast would remain snowbound as they tried to put their lives back together. New York City was critical on the snowstorm. The normally bustling city that never sleeps was frozen over and covered in feet of snow. Trains and subways were crowded and delayed by hours. Buses were shut down, and few dared to travel on the roads. Nearly 1,700 sanitation trucks plowed and salted the streets together. But smaller streets became nearly impossible to travel through. Airports were shut down across New York City, as nearly a foot of snow fell across multiple airports, such as LaGuardia Airport and Kennedy International Airport. While the snow itself was a major concern along the coastal parts of the Mid-Atlantic and New England states, the big concern was with the issue of coastal flooding. Thousands of residents had to evacuate from low-lying areas near the coast as water rushed into the coastlines, with 3 to 4 feet of water rushing into Ocean Avenue and Seabright. The biggest malls in New Jersey were not open that Saturday the storm came through. In Connecticut, many areas were without power. Some of those who were clearing off roadways afterwards, such as Knight, had near-death experiences from the event in question, specifically regarding the aftermath of cleanup effort.
So I remember my dad, once we had cleaned off enough of the driveway, going down the driveway with the snowblower and going and starting on all of the sidewalks and everything like that, because we had a lot of, not like older neighbors, but older than my parents, and he was going up and down with the snowblower, just trying to do whatever he could after we kind of took off the initial layer of snow. And I remember just everybody, it was like a chorus of snowblowers that day, just a din. Like, everybody was out, everybody was pitching in, like, you know, there was just a lot of ice underneath some of the snow in certain areas, so you have to be careful walking down any, like, inclines or anything like that, or walking down any stairs or anything like that. Again, it was really cold, all of the, like, branches, any plants that were exposed had a lot of ice, like icing on them and everything like that. Like I said, it was a real chore, just because of that. Yeah, my dad recruited me. I was a bit of a short 8-year-old, and I was helping him do some of the driveway. He had done enough so that he could get the snowblower down, and he had done just a little bit of our sidewalk in front. And I was in the the snow was so high, I don't know, stakes, like the reflectors on those things at the end of your driveways, and you know where the end of your driveway is when you're snow blowing. I forget what the heck they're called. You put those there, but snow is covered them, so I didn't see them, and I ended up, like, just in the zone, going right into the road, and my dad was, like, kind of up the sidewalk a ways, and he was yelling, and luckily I heard him over the sound of the snowplow, but, yeah, it got a little close, and if I had gotten to the snow, it wasn't fun, right after that, but that was a little scary, to say the least. So, yeah,
Across portions of the Northeast, snow that was on the ground lasted for over a week, as so much snow had fallen and was insulated together that some locals remember it being until April until all the snow had melted. Of course, the majority of areas affected saw similar impacts altogether. All the way from Alabama to Maryland, state highways and interstates were closed, and practically inoperable as snow and ice covered the roads. Motorists were stranded along the interstates, and had to be picked up and rescued as they were exposed to
tirelessly. I get it.
The extreme cold temperatures had a major impact on the country. Temperatures were in the single digits or below across the majority of the country, with temperatures below freezing being as far south as Mobile, Alabama. The freezing temperatures in combination with the heavy snowfall and ice led to massive losses in agriculture, with plants freezing due to the extreme cold. The one record that was consistently broken across multiple states was the pressure. The pressure of the storm of the century was under 980 millibars across the Atlantic. Its pressure underneath 970 millibars led to records being shattered, specifically in the Northeast. Its peak pressure of 960 millibars was considered to be the lowest pressure observed in a lot of areas until Hurricane Sandy in 2012. In total, thousands of homes and buildings were damaged due to coastal flooding, especially in Florida, New Jersey, and New York. Many more were damaged due to heavy snowfall and snow drifts that led to roofs collapsing all across the country. Specifically for homes and buildings that did not built for extremely heavy snowfall. The strong winds and snowfall also led to numerous power outages that lasted for multiple weeks. Specifically, in remote areas, in total, roughly 10 million households lost power and money for the number of years. The death toll is unfortunately high. In total, 318 people died during the storm of the century, the highest death toll in the storm outbreak during the 20th century. 47 of them in Florida, due to the strong winds from the derecho causing life-threatening storm surge. The rest of the deaths came from cases of car accidents due to the terrible road conditions and hyperthermia and frostbite. Those on the roads were likely trying to travel to areas not as heavily affected by the storm system. The storm system cost over $5.5 billion becoming the costliest winter storm complex in the United States history since the 2021 disaster. 30 years ago, a storm complex like no other swept across the eastern half of the United States, Cuba, and Canada. In Florida and Cuba, a terrifying derecho that brought straight-line winds of over 90 miles per hour across the miles per hour across a variety of locations in Florida. Alongside the derecho, the strong winds led to storm surge ranging from 6 to 12 feet, which lashed the Florida coastline, leading to more flooding deaths from the storm of the century than from Hurricanes Hugo and Andrew combined. Everywhere else saw the wrath of the worst blizzard to lash the eastern half of the United States in recent memory. As far south as Alabama and Georgia, blizzard conditions blanketed the states as snow fell across the deep south through the northeastern United States. People were shocked by the sheer intensity. Highways were shut down, airports were closed. Normally bustling cities such as Atlanta, Philadelphia, New York City, and others were now lifeless, with the roads being nearly empty as people were huddling down in their homes. Motorists were stranded along multiple highways and interstates in the nation, and travelers were stranded across multiple airports. Snowfall records were scattered across the South, up throughout upstate New York. Locations were buried under multiple feet of snow, with the Arctic cold behind the system. Numerous people being stranded on the Appalachian Trail. The 1993 storm of the century is remembered by those across the eastern United States for its raw power to this day. In many areas, records regarding snowfall are still held to this day. The raw power of the storm system led to hundreds of deaths. A storm like this usually happens next and likely while 30 years have passed since the 1993 storm of the century is a storm that is remembered by many across the country. It's a storm that cannot be forgotten from its sheer strength and ferocious effects on the citizens of the eastern seaboard, and the pain it inflicted on the citizens. It's a storm that isn't forgotten by those who survived. It's a storm I will not forget. I swear you will not see me get a video done this fast after another in a while. Mainly because I have school until about, I think, the first full week of May? Living situations are still unclear at the time of writing this, but it could be worse. Special thanks to my proofreaders, those being Rishi and Alice, subsequent.
Really, how a single Helios Flight 552. I don't know why, but it's always the airplane crashes. They're the most mysterious, and I love mysteries.
On the 14th of August, 2005, at 7:30 a.m., Helios
I was only
Flight 522,
2 months old.
scheduled to travel from
2.5 months
via
old.
Athens,
Or 1.5 months old.
35,000 feet in the sky. There had been no communication from the plane for over an hour. In a state of confusion, the Greek pilots sent two F-16 fighter jets to investigate, but as all of the pilots glanced a view inside the aircraft, they saw that disaster was about to unfold because the pilots were nowhere to be seen. They were about to witness one of the worst airplane disasters in European history, and it left everyone on the ground with one question. What happened to Helios Flight 522? The story of Helios Flight 522 began at 9 p.m. Nicknamed Olympia, departed London Heathrow airline that chartered flights between Cyprus. The flight was on further inspection, it also seemed that the CR was frozen. Following procedure, one of the flight's crew members made a note of these to the aircraft cabin defect log, and when the plane landed at Larnaca Airport at 1:25 a.m. local time, those notes were passed to the captain for review, who personally spoke to the ground engineer to ensure a full inspection was carried out. And with that, the crew left, and a full inspection began. The man in charge of the inspection was 44-year-old Alan Irwin, a well-liked and hands-on engineer from the UK who had been hired by Helios Airways on a 6-month contract. Following standard operating procedure for a Boeing 737, Alan carried out a cabin pressurization leak check to test the integrity of the door. To do this, he and his team needed to manually pressurize the plane while it was still on the ground. As part of that process, Alan switched something known as the pressurization mode selector located on the cockpit panel from auto to manual. It's important to remember that a plane's onboard pressurization system ensures that the plane is adequately oxygenated as it gains altitude. This is something that is always done automatically, but a manual option is available in order to perform on-the-ground tests. However, going through this process, Alan and the rest of his team were unable to recreate the problem, and so, after carrying on with other routine checks, he noted down that there were no known defects, no leaks, and no abnormal noises. Alan and the rest of his team felt that the onboard pressurization system was working just fine. This is the moment that starts off a chain of events that will seal the fate of everyone on board, because the pressurization mode selector had not been set back to auto.
Loss of oxygen, and when you start to,
Sunday the 14th of August,
I think on lower oxygen levels, correct me if I'm wrong, take it with a grain of salt, but on lower oxygen levels, a person starts to get more, confused. They start to become more uncertain and start to lose. Oh wow, there's a lot of these little plants here. But they kind of start to go. They kind of like have like a sickness, like oxygen deprivation sickness. I thought, if I'm not wrong, that's what it's called. But you start to become confused and paranoid almost like mercury madness, but not as like mentally severe. Like your brain kind of starts to like not be sure about what it's doing, kind of.
3:15 a.m. local time, the aircraft was released for a 6 a.m. flight to Prague via Athens. Fast forward to 5 a.m., the crew for Flight 522 arrived an hour before departure to complete a standard pre-flight briefing. Due to staff sickness, there had been some difficulty in putting together a full crew. Luckily, two attendants, Luisa Volterra and Andreas Prodromou, were able to fill in last minute. Initially, Andreas was reluctant to join the crew, but would eventually agree after discovering that his girlfriend, also a flight attendant, was serving as a member of the cabin crew on that particular flight. The four flight attendants were joined 59-year-old Captain Hans-Jürgen Merton and 51-year-old First Officer Pampos Haralambos, two experienced pilots with a collective 23,000 hours of flying experience between them. Together, this crew of six would serve 115 passengers, around a third of whom were children. As the cabin crew were preparing for takeoff, they knew that this would be an easy and short flight with experienced pilots. But what they didn't know is that Hans was fired 3 months earlier by British airline Jet 2 for repeated failures to comply with standard procedures. In fact, nobody knows this, not even Helios themselves, because Hans' references were never asked for. On top of this, First Officer Pampos also has a record of rushing through checklists, and to make matters worse, the two pilots don't exactly see eye to eye. In fact, Pampos had complained multiple times about Hans' attitude and was actively seeking new employment. Nonetheless, as passengers began to board the plane, Pampos and Hans worked through their standard pre-flight checklist. It is here that the string of catastrophic errors continued. Pre-flight checklists are lists of tasks that should be performed by pilots and aircrew prior to takeoff. In the cockpit, pilots will be working through multiple lists designed to ensure that all switches and indicators are in the correct positions. But Flight 522 was slightly behind schedule, and so, as both Hans and Pampos rushed through their checklists, they both failed to register that the pressurization mode selector was still on manual. At 6:07 a.m., 7 minutes behind schedule, the aircraft took off from Larnaca Airport. For the first few minutes, everything seemed perfectly normal. 4 minutes after takeoff, at 6:11 a.m., ground control cleared Flight 522 for a final cruising altitude of 34,000 feet, and the plane began its climb through the clear blue Cypriot sky. It should be said at this point that only the last few hours of the in-flight cockpit recordings are actually available, and so much of this story has been pieced together using the in-flight data recorder, on-the-ground recordings, and testimony, as well as clues from the crash site. But what this all shows is that due to the pressurization mode selector still being set to manual, the cabin was not automatically pressurizing, meaning the air was getting thinner, and there was increasingly less oxygen.
Which is not good.
Indicators on the cockpit dashboard clearly showed that the altitude inside the cabin was abnormally high. For some reason, neither Hans nor Pampos, two pilots with tens of thousands of hours of flight experience between them, noticed. At 12,000 feet and climbing, yet another fatal and inexplicable error was made when a loud alarm started sounding in the cockpit. Because the pilots had missed the earlier signs that the cabin was not adequately pressurizing, they misread it as an erroneous takeoff configuration warning. In other words, a glitch. This was, in fact, the cabin altitude warning alarm. While the two sound exactly the same, where the alarm sounds indicates which it is, and when it sounds off in the air, it means one thing and one thing only: that there is an immediate and urgent issue with cabin pressurization, and that oxygen masks should be worn immediately. Neither Hans nor Pampos did this. Instead, at 6:14 a.m., Hans made it down to the Helios dispatcher on the ground. At first he mentioned the erroneous takeoff configuration warning, which was sounding in the cockpit. This confused the dispatcher, because a takeoff configuration warning should have sounded 12,000 feet in the air, and so he handed the call over to Alan Harvey, the object and ground engineer who had performed the ground inspection earlier on in the day. Things became even stranger when the captain began to radio them about a ventilation conference.
Because of the
Hans
oxygen?
using two lights that stick closely together, and it was at this point that he asked the captain about the pressurization mode selector, to which he received no reply. Alan didn't realise it at the time, but Hans was behaving strangely because he and his co-pilot were both suffering from rapid onset hypoxia, a condition whereby the body is deprived of oxygen.
I knew it. See, it you kind of like go crazy. You kind of like act like somebody who's usually off their medication.
At first, the vision worsened slightly, and then confusion, disorientation.
Yeah, I meant to say disorientation. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Which for some can be extreme irritability, and for some, euphoria. What has been particularly terrifying about hypoxia is that one of the symptoms can be a disassociation from the self, meaning sometimes people cannot truly grasp what is happening to them.
Yeah, that's where I was calling down.
Not immediately put on their oxygen masks in response to the alarm. At 15,000 feet in the high, these symptoms were coming on very quickly, and as they set in, a warning light, known as the master caution light, came on to indicate that masks had been dropped inside the passenger cabin. Those masks were able to distribute approximately 12 minutes of oxygen per person, more than enough for a plane to descend to a safe and breathable altitude. This was yet another warning that something was wrong with the cabin pressurization system. But it was too late. Both pilots were now too impaired to understand what was happening. They were unable to work logically. Instead, both pilots got distracted by the equipment cooling light, which came on because the onboard computer systems were not being cooled properly due to the inadequate pressurization. And it was this that both pilots chose to focus on in their increasingly hypoxic state. Hans believed that it could be fixed by a system reset, and down on the ground, Alan, still baffled, continued to ask Hans about the pressurization mode selector. Hans ignored him and demanded to know where the circuit warning breakers were, to which Alan replied, "Behind your seat." 30 minutes after the flight took off, at 6:20 a.m., the line went silent. And Alan, confused but satisfied that he had answered all of the captain's questions, went home. At this point, passengers inside the cabin would have only had a few minutes of oxygen left. We can never know what happened in that cabin, but we can reasonably assume that there would have been panic and confusion. Following procedure, the cabin crew would have been seated, waiting for the pilots to perform an emergency descent to a safe altitude. Instead, the plane was on autopilot and was continuing its climb to 34,000 feet. All the while, the cabin crew would have been aware that the masks were fast running out of oxygen. As the passengers and the crew were struggling with their last moments of consciousness, at 6:29 a.m., the Helios dispatcher who initially took the call from Hans contacted ground control at nearby Nicosia Airport. He stated that he hadn't been able to make further contact with Flight 522 for 9 minutes. The dispatcher at Nicosia Airport also failed to reach the cockpit. 16 minutes after last contact, Flight 522 began to enter Athens airspace and was handed over to Athenian Air Control. Over the next 40 minutes, the Air Control Center team at Athens and several planes in the vicinity there was, of course, radio silence. Flight 522 still looked as if it was operating as normal, leading teams on the ground to theorize that there was an issue with the onboard radio system. At 7:20 a.m., Flight 522 began what looked like a standard approach procedure, but air control went utter astoundment. In the same direction it came, entering what is known as an automated holding pattern as part of its missed approach procedure over the Greek island of Achaia. But it was here that Flight 522 stayed, flying around on repeatedly. At this point, teams on the ground knew that something was desperately wrong. By 8:23 a.m., the emergency level was elevated to alert. The Hellenic Air Force had been contacted and 2 F-16 fighter aircraft were dispatched. Just 9 minutes later, at 8:32 a.m., the 2 F-16 pilots described the disaster that was about to unfold before everyone's eyes. Teams Those on the ground listened in horror as they were told that First Officer Campos Haralambos was slumped over the control panel and Captain Hans-Jürgen Merton was nowhere to be seen. Later, they would find out that he had passed out, searching for the switch behind his seat. No one was flying that plane. The two F-16 pilots went on to describe how all passengers were sat completely motionless, with their oxygen masks dangling uselessly above them.
I saw two passengers on the left side of the aircraft. They were sat motionless in their seats and were wearing oxygen masks on their faces. That's when I saw additional oxygen masks put from the passengers' overhead units. Even with the
That's
passenger
eerie.
was dark, I could see the shadow of the oxygen host's masks against the day that was shining through the windows on the other side of the passenger cabin.
The emergency level was now set to the highest possible as rescue teams on the ground attempted to make sense of this horrifying new information. And then, at 8:49 a.m., during the plane's 10th holding pattern, the F-16 pilot made their way to the cockpit. And placed their hand on the controls in front of them. But just 1 minute later, the left engine stopped working due to fuel deprivation, and the plane, all of a sudden, began to rapidly descend. The following conversation was recorded between the two F-16 pilots and the rescue teams on the ground. It's at this point that they realise that the person in the cockpit is Andreas Prodromou, one of the flight attendants who agreed to fill in for a sick colleague at the last moment. Andreas, investigators were later to know, was a qualified pilot, and it appeared that he was controlling the plane, but he had no training on a Boeing 737, and the plane was then rapidly losing altitude at a rate of around 1,500 feet per minute. The F-16 pilots desperately tried to make visual contact, but Andreas was not responding. Instead, the words, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Helios Airways Flight 522," was weakly spoken into the cockpit radio, which was set to the wrong frequency. These recordings would later be recovered from the crash site, but as the plane was going down, Andreas was speaking into the void.
Think rate. Think rate.
Terrain, terrain.
Think rate. Think rate.
Look at that. How many things that there's something I've never heard.
At 8:59 a.m., the right engine on the plane gave out. At this point, Andreas looked directly at the F-16 pilot, slowly lifted his hand, and weakly pointed downwards.
Κάνω τα σήματα αναχέτησης, δεν ανταποκρίνεται, με οπτικό σήμα διαχειρός έδειξε ότι με βλέπει. Το στόν αρνητικός καθόλου διαδεσπότια με πορεία 2-18.
The plane's descent was happening so quickly that the teams on the ground were struggling to keep up.
Το αεροσκάφος είναι στα 2.500 πόδια, πετάει πολύ χαμηλά πάνω από ψηλά. Από αυτή τη στιγμή το αεροσκάφος πάει για το έδαφος. Και γεμάτο το αεροσκάφος πάει προς το έδαφος.
Sounds like to me it's about to hit the ground. Since we have a civilian. It has crashed to the mountain peak. Awaiting coordinates.
At 9 hours, 3 minutes, 32 seconds, Flight 522 collided with the rolling blue terrain just outside of Grammatico village at 400 miles per hour, causing a fireball that instantly raised several meters of land to the ground. All 121 people on board lost their lives instantly.
That-
Several were members members of the same family.
At least they didn't have to suffer, man. That sucks.
Would later show that most passengers were alive, but unconscious. After the parts
At least they weren't in fear. At least they were in. I'm not saying it's a good thing they were gone, but if I ever had to die, I won't want to be witnessing it. I'd rather be asleep and not in pain.
In the absence of all but the last hour of the cockpit voice recorder, one question is often asked about Helios Flight 522. Why did the cabin crew not immediately enter the cockpit? And if they did, why did they not make contact with teams on the ground over the radio? This is especially puzzling considering that they had access to several hours of oxygen, as well as, clearly, the cockpit access code. Even the report itself states that it is rather puzzling. But perhaps the onboard oxygen system can give us a clue. Because of the way the emergency oxygen system works on a plane, it's likely that the adult passengers would have run out of oxygen first. The crew had access to 4 emergency oxygen cylinders. We know that 3 of them were used, but how and in what manner is unclear. Is it possible that some of the cabin crew may have attempted to share their masks with, say, one or several of the flight's younger passengers? If this did happen, this would have created an extremely dangerous situation, because at 34,000 feet, the effects of hypoxia set in at around 30 seconds, making the window for what is referred to as useful consciousness very short indeed. Perhaps, in order to help other passengers, the crew inadvertently incapacitated themselves. Perhaps this was done in the time that their own masks ran out on their way to the emergency oxygen cylinders. Or perhaps Andreas incapacitated himself, helping his partner. These are of course just theories, because ultimately, we will never know. Helios Airways continued operations until November 2006, but sustained massive losses and eventually went out of business. In 2007, several families lost an airplane crash, sued Boeing for €76 million. According to reports, airlines were covered in types of dysfunction, one resulting in minor and the other potentially devastating consequences. All parties ended up settling out of court. Then, in 2008, 4 Helios officials, including Alan Irwin, were charged with manslaughter and after a complicated legal battle with the Greek courts, were all eventually found guilty in April 2012. By 2013, however, Alan Irwin had successfully other Helios officials This has angered some, who feel that to this day, justice has not been served. Today, a memorial is being built on the crash site that stands of the lives lost.
That's sad. Aerial flight 593 disaster?
Sure, a lot of the skulls are great. Some with little changes for the better. Like better sleep.
It was a proud pilot's mistake to let his child into the cockpit mid-flight.
Dude, I think I've seen this one. It went upside down.
Nothing was wrong with the aircraft at takeoff. So what could have led to the sudden catastrophic crash? At 1:40 p.m. Soon, the aircraft becomes a faint trace of beacon lights that slowly fade in the distance. It flies off eastwards, its final destination, Hong Kong. During its flight, the crew reports its position to the Novokuznetsk air traffic control center at 34,000 feet over vast stretches of Siberia. The local time was 12:30 a.m. on March 23, 1994. The plane approached the Mongolian border. That was the last anyone heard. It vanished from the radar a mere 28 minutes later. Down on the ground, a bright flash blazes over the taiga. An Airbus A310-304 passenger plane is burning deep in the mountains. Aeroflot Flight 593 had plummeted, killing everyone on board. The crash remains one of the most bizarre accidents in the history of civil aviation. Nothing suggested that there might have been a problem when it took off. Three pilots and one crew died before. So, what went wrong this time? Thanks to the black box recording, we've been insight into what happened in those final moments. At that point, the plane was under control of Marine Captain Yaroslav. Commander Captain Andrei Danilov was resting in the passenger cabin and sailed the return trip. Also on board was Aeroflot pilot Vladimir Makarov, but he was traveling as a passenger using a discount fare the company provided to its employees and their families. At 40 minutes past midnight, Makarov opened the cockpit door. He was accompanied by two special guests who greatly desired to see the pilot's compartment. They were Kudrinski's children.
Oh
His
no.
12-year-old daughter, and 18-year-old son, Eldar. Kudrinsky was excited that his children could finally see him do his job. He wanted to give them the thrill of flying.
No.
Kids were about to operate a
No.
plane with 75 people on board.
No.
43 minutes and 34 seconds.
If you're gonna do it,
The first to take the control.
if you're gonna let a child fly a plane, it better be a small one and it better be way up in the air where if something goes wrong you can take control and then stop. Like 99.9999999% chance, don't let a child fly a plane.
Was Yana. While the young pilot sails into her seat, let me tell you about Magellan TV, the documentary. He switched the autopilot's lateral control mode from navigation to heading select. Instead of following the pre-calculated flight path, the autopilot was now simply flying in the direction set by the pilot. Kudrinsky told Yana to turn the control column to the left.
Like cruise control.
He adjusted the autopilot to turn left. It was a trick that gave the girl the impression that she was flying the plane. Soon after, she got help from the pilot and made her way to older brother Eldar. It was 51 minutes and 55 seconds past midnight when Eldar sat in his dad's seat. Likewise, he was invited to fly. Interestingly, at no time did Kudrinsky officially transfer controls to his co-pilot. So Piskarov was sitting relaxed.
Dude, that's like the equivalent of me at the restaurant, locking my boss out, cooking food at my own, almost catch fire. Like, dude, like, if my boss told me to do that, I'd be removed and fired promptly. Just like this guy would be removed and fired off the spot. This is not he's putting 74 people at risk.
Which he moved to its rearmost position. He had the yoke in his hands, but not as firmly as he was supposed to. Kudrinsky repeated the same trick with Eldar. Eldar cautiously turned 4 degrees to the left, simultaneously switched the autopilot to select mode and turned the control knob to the leftward. The autopilot turned the plane to the left as if Eldar had made the maneuver.
Dude, if I heard that someone's kid was flying a plane, I'd be so livid.
And the pilot turned the control knob right. At that point, Kudrinsky switched the autopilot's lateral control mode back to navigation, and the plane resumed the pre-planned route. Eldar's short school of piloting was briefly interrupted by Yana,
You're not even flying the plane, bruh. If you're gonna let your kids in the plane, let them sit there and not touch anything. Please don't. If you have to, let them sit there for a second, like 30 seconds, and get out. But if you don't have to, don't put your kid in the pilot seat.
Midnight. While Kudrinsky argued with his daughter, Eldar interrupted him. The pre-calculated route to Hong Kong disappeared from the flight management display. Instead, it showed a holding area sign, a closed curving line ahead of the aircraft symbol. In aviation, holding pattern
It goes loops and loops.
Delaying an aircraft in flight within a specified airspace. It is primarily used when the plane has arrived at its destination, but cannot land yet. However, Flight 593 was still far away from its endpoint, and there were no airports in the vicinity whatsoever. All three pilots, including Makarov, who was still in the cockpit, were so occupied with the strange behavior of the plane that they didn't notice it rolled to the right more than 45 degrees.
What?
Out of the blue, the aircraft started to accelerate on its own, increasing the G-forces on board and pressing the crew into their seats, so much so that it made it impossible for anyone to move. Kudrinsky, who also couldn't get back to his chair, had to give instructions to his son. Piskarev, the co-pilot, still had his seat in the rearmost position and could barely reach the control column. Amidst a flurry of confusion, both pilots gave Eldar opposite directions. The plane continued to roll and reach the danger.
Take the seat from him!
It was flying on its side. Plane started to stall. A stall when the angle between the wings and the airflow direction exceeds a critical point. At this point, the wings lose the ability to produce lift, and the aircraft goes into a descent. The plane went into a spiral, falling rapidly. In response, an automated alpha floor system switched on and took the aircraft rapid drop. Piskarev finally came to his senses and turned his controls hard to the left. He then pulled the controls back toward him to bring the plane out of its dive. At that moment, it was traveling at 480 miles per hour, increasing the G-forces to a stunning 4.7 Gs. Kudrinsky yelled at Eldar to get away from the cockpit. The poor boy couldn't move with this including G-force. Piskarev managed to level out the plane, but it started to climb at an almost vertical angle and slowed to 113 miles per hour. After reaching an astonishing 4.7 Gs, it entered weightlessness. Everything was happening too fast. There was so much chaos that the pilots had no time to send a distress signal. Once the G-force normalized, Kudrinsky finally jumped into his position. Eldar fled the captain's seat, but accidentally stepped on the rudder pedal, causing the plane to yaw sharply to the right. After Piskarov did a hard left turn against the yaw, the aircraft stalled, spun around, and flipped upside down. Again, it began to descend rapidly, with its nose pointed almost directly downward. Altimeter pointers spin faster than the pilots could read them. Kondrinsky and Piskarov were doing everything in their power and knowledge to pull the plane out of the free fall. At this moment, the plane appeared to be recovering, with a reduction in speed and a light rudder kick sent it into another spin. Then, once again, the aircraft went into a dive. Set its nose in line with the horizon. Unfortunately, it happened less than 400 yards above the tree line. Aeroflot 593 crashed.
Yeah.
Completely. None of the 75
Dude.
people survived. The aircraft fell in a distant region of the Siberian taiga, 1 mile from the nearest road. When the rescue team arrived at 6 a.m., they found the frozen wreckage, the snow around it soaked with jet fuel. Disfigured bodies were scattered up to a mile away.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, due to the remoteness of the crash scene and bad weather conditions, rescuers took 7 days to locate all the bodies. The news of the tragedy reached Moscow the same day. The public was shocked and demanded answers. An official of the Russian Ministry of Transport object. The Russian Interstate Aviation Committee investigators were also puzzled by how a brand new aircraft crashed without pilots sending any kind of emergency signal. At the time of the disaster, the plane was 2.5 years old. Airbus A310-304, registration Foxtrot Oscar Golf Quebec Sierra, served 846 flight cycles and accumulated 5,375 airframe flight hours. Most of these were on a route from Moscow to Hong Kong. When it took off from the Sheremetyevo airport, 12 crew members plus 63 passengers on board, which is 3 times less than a full cabin capacity. The pilots who operated the plane were experienced crew members. Together, they had more than 14,000 hours of flight time. However, they only had 1,350 flight hours on the A310 combined. It is also important to note that before the A310, the 3 pilots had never flown an aircraft built in the West. Their flying experience was gained on Soviet aircraft, which were less sophisticated than the Western ones. In the early 90s, Airbus's advanced systems were a huge technological leap for Russian pilots, which they still had to get accustomed to. So did the 3 pilots on Flight 593. That turned out to be the key factor that caused the accident. In contrast to Soviet-made planes, Western passenger planes' autopilot vertical and lateral channels could be disengaged independently without affecting one another. Commonly, this feature would not be used except when an automatic flight is suddenly deviated from a pre-calculated route. With the help of a yoke only, pilots could take control instantly instead of having to reach for the autopilot disconnect button. Unfortunately, this is how the disaster on Flight 593. Ella was holding the yoke in his hand aircraft started to roll right. Since the turn was continuous, the predicted flight path on the screen showed a 180-degree turn, similar to a holding pattern. Confused the pilots for 9 seconds, during which the plane banked past 45 degrees to almost 90 degrees. With a bank angle steeper than the plane's design allowed, that activated the vertical channel to maintain an altitude of 34,000 feet. The autopilot, which no longer controlled the ailerons, used its other controls in order to compensate, pitching the nose up and increasing the engine thrust, thus increasing the G-force in the plane. As the aircraft pitched up, it went above the normal level of attack, meaning that air no longer flew smoothly over the wings. The wings lost their ability to generate lift, and the aircraft went into a stall and started to drop toward the ground. The autopilot was unable to cope and disengaged completely. A second, larger indicator light came on to alert pilots of a complete disengagement, and this time they did notice it. Everything happened in less than a minute. Well, the plane's overhead protection system. Then, they had made a mistake. It overcorrected, putting the plane in an almost vertical ascent. The aircraft...
I'm going to take a break. So before I do that, I'm gonna... Might be a dumb idea, but who cares? Going to be right back.